So I think a slow morning. Probably the happy hour took some people out, and hopefully they are back at night at this next happy hour, so they still have some time. Yeah, thanks first of all for all of you making it back for the second day. We will have some great talks again. We will have a lot of pitches from hackathon projects, so they're very promising. That's why we expanded yesterday the prizes to also the fourth places, because they were really promising, and we think what they have built in the last 5 weeks or in the last week is incredible and should be valued and rewarded. So, but yeah, we will start now with 2 talks, then we will have a pitch, then lunch. After lunch we have 3 more pitches, and then we have an artist on the rooftop who is doing a graffiti painting. So during the lunch afterwards, check it out. And then we will have a small break in the afternoon where you can just hang out and connect and network. And then at 6 we will have the official after party starting, which is yeah, a bit bigger, because our goal is basically to connect the whole Berlin AI and Web3 yeah, startup and just community space here, and bring them together and yeah, connect them with the Theta ecosystem. So at 6 we will have open Korean barbecue, and then a small talk from Wes Levitt, and just introducing to everybody who's new to Theta what Theta is. And then we have a lot of drinks and good music and good vibes until, yeah, whenever we want to leave or however long we want to stay. So I think that's it from my side. Do we have anything else?
Actually, you already mentioned the graffiti spray. So the guy's already upstairs and he's preparing some stuff. So in case you go upstairs, he's on the right side where you have the wooden space. But he's absolutely okay. You know, when you're standing around watching him, that's absolutely fine. So just check it out. It's really nice. It's gonna be. I'm really looking forward for it. Other than that, let's go.
Okay, then I will announce myself. Yeah, so bit of a background. I have been starting to, since I have participated in a near hackathon in Berlin 2 months ago, I've been starting to build on a new idea, Ally. And there the idea is that Ally wants to really turn the community into marketers. So basically what you already are, pitching Theta or the project, the ideas to other people, creating reach, and reward that real engagement with the own token. So right now the big problem is that projects, especially in the crypto space, they waste millions each year to spend on influencer marketing. Then often you have bots and so on. They fake their engagement, and that's really hard to track. And in the end, the real people that are standing behind a project, they don't get rewarded and not recognized. So yeah, the opportunity is huge, especially because people are more and more trusting in small influencers, so micro influencers, nano influencers, which are basically just community members that are very active, and less in these huge influencers, KOLs, just because of experience with scams and yeah, rugs and So we want to really push forward these smaller influencers and give them an opportunity to earn their fair share of value that they create. So LA works in three fundamental layers. So we have a funding layer. It's basically the projects that want to reward their community. They deposit the marketing fund they want to distribute over time. And then we have the trust layer, which is AI powered, and there's the idea to do it on the edge cloud. And here we evaluate the different sentiment. So you obviously only want to reward projects or people posting positive stuff about your project, the value that they create, so it should be true what they are saying, and the reach that they generate for your project. So if you get more likes, more engagement, you should be rewarded. And then also using AI to filter out bots to really reward real people and not some random AI bot. And then the distribution layer will be to basically take these scores and then distribute the tokens accordingly. Wrong way. Yeah, so the tech stack, just as I said, I started this project after a near hackathon. The cool idea there was that you can basically sign transactions for any chain. So it opens the door basically to expand this to any project on any chain. So you can do it on Theta, you can do it on Ethereum, on Near, on Binance chain, and so on. And just with like their shade agents and chain signatures. And then for the whole AI part, the goal is to run it on edge cloud, so you have all the compute in the Theta ecosystem. Yeah, so right now, influencer agencies, they take up to 35% of the marketing budget when you do influencer marketing. So that's a huge amount that you could actually distribute to the community. So we want to reduce that to only 5%. And then right now, the target market is just in the US, 150 million plus that is spent on micro and nano influencers each year. So there's huge potential. And if you look on the whole marketing spend that is on for crypto, 650 million. So if you expand that, then outside the US, globally, the market gets bigger and bigger. Yeah, our competitors, probably a few of you have heard of Kaito AI. They are doing something similar. The key difference is we want to build it modular. So as a project, you can say you want to reward people on X to generate reach for your project, but also reward them in Telegram or Discord to basically provide a community sentiment in there and help other people. So you get rewarded for helping people out in the community and keeping the community going and not just getting new people into the community. Yeah, right now the goal is until end of this month to build the first MVP and then test it out on the Theta ecosystem. With that, I have to talk with Wes later on, or with Open Theta. That's one goal for the OTs to build there some incentive again with the NFTs we have on Open Theta to reward holders and people that are supporting the Open Theta ecosystem. And then obviously next year is then the goal to expand this to as many projects, as many chains as possible. So we can really grow and grow beyond Theta. Yeah, I'm not building it alone. So Emre, you probably know him. He's also on board and helping out a lot. And then we want to get to the next stages and see where it takes us. So let's build the agentic economy of the future together and reward the real people that are standing behind projects and building these communities. Yeah, thank you. So if you want more information, you can scan the QR code.
Thank you very much. Our next talk is about an artificial radio stream, I would say. We have the two Sebastians here. You already know Sebastian from the talk from yesterday. So he had a great talk about security, but now it's getting more into a product, on the product side. So I would like to welcome Sebastian here. Again. Have fun.
How many of you are aware that global streaming platforms and social media platforms are paying their content creators very little or almost no money at all? Thank you. It's a huge problem. For example, how many of you knew that an artist like Eminem has 100 million followers on Spotify, but he only made $50,000 of that last year? How many knew that? Thank you. How many of you knew that these global streaming platforms and social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, have been basically pocketing all that money, all the revenue streams that they're getting in? They're keeping the intellectual property and they're basically taking the huge chunk in that. How many knew that? Thank you. What if there was a platform that basically starts honoring the content creator in a totally new way? And for this, I would like to welcome you to talk about AIR, the next generation social streaming audio platform in the world. AIR stands for Artificial Intelligence Radio. My name is Sebastian, and in the next 30 to 45 minutes, I would like to speak a little bit about AIR, what AIR is, what AIR does, and how we are working to integrate a lot of things of the Theta ecosystem. Maybe just a couple words about myself above what I said yesterday, is that all right? How I got to AIR. Well, as you know, as I mentioned yesterday, I've been in the blockchain space since 2013, was a lot of focusing on education and giving talks and workshops and all of this to really fill in that gap. But then in 2018, we started setting up the company in Abu Dhabi, focusing on blockchain and sustainability infrastructures. The last few years was a lot of talking to a lot of entities, banks, investment companies, ministries, and central banks in the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and other countries. But there was always the same thing. Everybody heard about crypto and blockchain. Everybody, was excited about it, about the opportunity, but nobody really did anything. Things have changed quite a bit in the last, would say, last year. A lot of companies have now not only seen the opportunity, but they're really sizing it. So we've been closing a lot of joint ventures when it came to, for example, tokenization of real estate companies from Switzerland, bringing them in the UAE, tokenization of gas fields whatsoever. About a year ago, Sebastian and I, we went on a business trip to Dubai, and maybe you remember there was a time when there was a lot of floods in Dubai. Did you hear that? When Dubai was flooded and not much was going on. Anyway, the government announced that they're going to build an entire infrastructure, a whole new canalization system, sewage system, $20 billion or something. We were sitting at a table and somebody asked me, Sebastian, you know so many people, do you know somebody who could take care of that, a project like this? And I said, well, I know somebody who might know somebody. So I called a friend of mine, her name is Larissa. Larissa is the CEO of AIR. She also has the holding company called Phoenix Global in the UAE. We had been working together for the last 6 years on different blockchain projects around the world. We met, we had I called her up. I said, Larissa, do you know somebody? She said, yeah, let's meet up. She happened to just arrive in Dubai. We were in Abu Dhabi, so we spent the day together. We were driving through the desert to Al Ain, and then she talked about air. In the beginning, I was like, okay, what is this? Another streaming platform, who cares? And then the more she talked about it, the more I got intrigued. And I thought, there's a solution to something that is really, could really revolutionize the market. But she kept saying, there's something missing. And then we looked at each other, of course, we know what's missing. It's the blockchain part in this. So we started talking about Theta. We started, we traveled to San Jose in California last year, looking for Theta, and everybody thought we were scammers, and then we thought Theta was a scam because we kept going from office to office, and all the offices were abandoned, and then it was the community, the Theta community, who actually got us in touch. I wrote Wes, no answer. I wrote Mitch, no answer. I wrote everybody, no answer. Everybody thought I was a scammer. And then we had a guy, I think his name was Larry. He saw one of the tweets and he basically alarmed the entire community. And then somebody from the Discord contacted us, and then finally we got in touch. And then we met in Las Vegas with somebody else from the Theta team. And then we came to the ThetaEuroCon. So basically for the last 2 years, for the last year, we've been speaking with Theta and Open Theta about the possibility of integrating that blockchain part into air. But let's come to the point. What is air itself? What is the challenge? The streaming world is when somebody has their earplugs on, their iPods on, and they are listening to Spotify. This experience can become very socializing. In this one place where technology is supposed to bring us together, but it can also, take us apart in a way. So streaming itself is quite isolated. There's no communities, and there's no social layer in this. For the content creators, there's no fair monetization, very little shared revenue, as I mentioned earlier. It's the big brands, they're all pocketing everything. And for brands itself, there's a weak engagement, ads are very progressive, very passive, and there's no interactive communication. But since the platform is called Artificial Intelligence Radio, the focus was also revolutionize the radio market. So for radio and streaming itself, it's very passive. You switch on the radio, you listen to it in the car or somewhere else. So that's quite passive, one way, and no real connection. And also for the radio station itself, we've come to know, we talked to several radio stations and also radio organizations, and they always told us the one thing. For radio stations around the world, it has become very challenging to actually keep up the regular business because all the costs have gone through the roof. For radios itself, it's too expensive to run their own radio show, their own radio station. You have to pay for studios, staff, licenses, everything is very high. With with air, you can cut the cost by 60%. And so we had a lot of talk with radio stations who were amazed about this. So what could be the solution? Air is the first AI-powered, blockchain-friendly, audio social streaming platform in the world. Think of TikTok for audio. Think of short audio snippets, but also think of Spotify with a social media engagement. It combines AI, social, and rewards, because there's also a reward program incorporated in this, where people can not only engage with their favorite brands, their favorite stars, their favorite singers, whatsoever, and this makes audio interactive, global, and profitable. Air turns listening from passive background noise into an active, rewarding, and global experience. To be fully fair, I've been talking about blockchain and crypto security for quite some time, and I always have this program in my head, and no matter what happens, there's always a wave that I can catch in case I forget something. This is the first time that I'm actually talking like this about air. So I put this together in the last week, so excuse me if everything is not 100% perfect or whatever. I'm giving my best, but this is basically the first air talk that I'm giving, because we only started going out there and telling people about air in the last few months. Now, again, just to give you an example, and I think Chang just give me 1 second. So just to cut it short, Air is the first AI-powered platform, short-form audio with a social media engagement, and we have dozens and dozens of in-house channels already, and there's going to be a whole bunch of very high quality content channels, which I will speak about in a moment. And just to give you an example how it sounds like if you have your own channel, no matter what you do, no matter where you are, we give you the first example.
This is Back to the 80s. Reliving the magic of mixtapes and mall pop.
Back to the 80s on air.
You're cruising in a DeLorean of sound, baby. This is DJ Eric taking you back to the decade of denim, drive-ins, and dance-offs. Back to the 80s is where the party never ends. You're locked into Back to the 80s right here on air.
This is Flower Power here on air.
This is Flower Power on air, where the 60s come to groove. Imagine letting the future take you right back to the past. That's exactly what we're doing right here on Flower Power on air, where the tunes from the 60s are in full swing, taking you back to the days where the music really made you groove.
Air news, real, reliable news, while AI reports.
In breaking news, President Donald Trump has just signed an executive...
Welcome to AIR, creating the world's largest audio community, curating the perfect vibe, and leveraging AI to step right into the future.
So this was just a short snippet of what's possible. I have two more, which I will share with you in a moment. So what does the app look like? We have the apps went through the App and Play Store very, very quickly. Google and Microsoft said they've never seen anything like that. They said, we believe this is the next unicorn, basically redefining the entire audio space and finding a new category. So when you have, you can all download the app. I will share the link in a minute, the QR code. The app is in beta version. We have everything that was programmed was done in-house for the last 2 years. There's nothing, no technology was taken from somewhere else. And I will speak about some features in a moment, but basically this is what the app looks like. You create your own profile. You can basically draw in all your social media accounts. You can basically interact with your own social media, bring it into air whatsoever. Same thing also for the channel providers. There's something called micros. You can actually leave little voice messages, micros we call them, on air on your own channel. So when somebody goes onto your profile, you can leave a message for the day. You can talk about your insights, what do you feel like, what's the energy like and everything. So once you're in your profile and you've gone onto the main page, you can switch between all the different channels. You can choose your favorite channels, feature programming. Once you choose a channel, for example, Gary Gillian, he's a very famous NFL player. He's a really cool guy as well. He has his own channel already. He basically has his most favorite music. This channel is about empowering people. He basically, gives motivational speeches. He talks about his projects in sustainability and everything. So everybody can basically listen to a channel, and if you are a channel partner, you can fully create your own channel by yourself. The reward point system is embedded in here. So basically for, listening, for interacting, you're making reward points. And when you are a channel provider, a content creator, they can basically redeem the points, within your ecosystem. For example, we have a channel for Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donuts has music in their stores already. Basically, this would be their official radio. They leave the store and they carry the experience with them. And the more they interact and earn the rewards, they can then use the rewards to maybe get a free coffee or free donut at Dunkin' Donuts. Giving it, so the moment the customer leaves the house, usually the story is over, whether it's McDonald's or whether it's Starbucks. But what if you have your own radio channel in the store and then you go home and you're engaging your community and say, look, tomorrow we have a special offer for, free 50,000 donuts, which you can eat. You just have to be in the store at 7 a.m. So this is what the app looks like. Right now, again, it's the beta version. When we go out live in early October, it's going to be loud and wide and big with global press releases. One of the reasons why we only kept it in the beta version and have not incorporated all the technologies is because we don't want to be copied and eaten by the big guys when we go live. So Air as your favorite, as your audio tribe, who is Air for, or what is it for? Connecting with your friends on social media, on Air, meet new people, interact with your favorite brands, enjoy your favorite music, join dynamic conversations, partner with strategic communities, discover short-form audios, explore corporate and branded channels, travel, tourism, business destinations, and earn rewards and incentive for listening and engaging into in this project or in Air. Now we have Larissa Miller, the CEO of Air, used to work for the royal family in Abu Dhabi for over 8 years. She's probably one of the best friends and one of the most connected people in the world through her work with the royal family and the government. She has now a network of over 26 head of states and ministries around the world. She has spoken on countless stages around the world on empowering women in business. And through her connections, she met like almost everybody around the world when it comes to business, finance, entertainment, sports. And so one of her, or three of her, very good friends happened to be some big international superstars in the music world in the United States. To them, it's her mommy, and for her, it's their children. They love her very much. They signed on for a channel because, for example, Eminem, as I mentioned earlier, he has 100 million followers on Spotify, and he made $50,000. For the first time, Air has a monetization system that really honors the content creator, whether it's somebody who's starting, whether it's somebody that is, is fairly good in business, and also for the top stars. Just to give you an example, if Eminem was only going to convert 1% of those 100 million people onto the platform, onto his own channel, onto his own radio channel, to which he has full control, he would make about $400 million US per year instead of 50,000. So obviously, when all these people heard what's going on and how they can actually really monetize this without getting in trouble with all the other platforms, everybody jumped on the bandwagon. So we have a lot of companies sign up for a channel. Not everybody gets a channel. We would like to have high quality content. We don't want any, like on YouTube, somebody registering for a scam coin and then everybody collects the money and then there's a rug pull. We only want high quality content, no scammers, no hate speech. The focus of the platform is positivity. We don't want any toxic language in any of the social media. Everything is basically taken out so people can really engage in a very peaceful and harmonic way. How many of you have realized in the last few years that making a comment on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram can become very toxic in the conversation? Thank you. Does anybody want to share an example? I mean, I had this so many times when I've stopped engaging politically because the moment you have one opinion, you have like 50 people jump on you, and instead of trying to come up with some really good points in the conversation, in the discussions, everybody goes right down below the belly and becomes very toxic. This is how many of you have had that yourself, that we were attacked by people online, social media. So that happens all the time. We don't really want that. So there's going to be hallways on Air. There's going to be a hallway for blockchain, crypto and innovations, crypto companies, but NFTs, Web3 communities, tech visionaries. Of course, there's going to be music and arts with singers, DJs, orchestras, festivals, and everything. We are talking to some really big superstars in India, talking about different festivals like the Diwali festival or Kumbh Mela for pop-up channels, where they can basically bring in an entire community. Have any of you ever heard about the Kumbh Mela festival in India? How many of you knew that the Kumbh Mela festival in India is the biggest global gathering ever on the planet? It's about 70, 80 million people coming together for this thing. Imagine you have a pop-up channel and inform people about what's happening. It's a religious, it's a spiritual gathering where they go and bathe in the Ganges, in the river, and it goes on for a couple of weeks. So it's quite something. There's going to be a category of education and science with universities, short courses, master classes. We already have some universities in the United States already signed up for their own channel. We have brain surgeons channels, we have heart surgeons channels where they can basically interact from around the world, live, on air, if they choose to. We already have some mega churches from Africa and from the United States. There's going to be faith and inspiration hallways of churches, spiritual teachers, community thought leaders. We already have a contact to Sadhguru and some others in India. We have a very big connection to one of the biggest Indian spiritual communities with several million people. They all want their own channel. There's going to be a channel on farmers and sustainability, very big focus, wellness and lifestyle, anything on yoga, fitness, mindfulness, spirituality, you name it. Sports clubs, and we have some very famous soccer teams in the pipeline. The Formula E has already agreed to get their own channel. We have loads of athletes, baseball clubs, and in the United States and Europe, because everybody sees the opportunity to. You have to understand, like, for example, a soccer club. Soccer club has 100,000, several 100,000 followers, sometimes into the millions, but none of them is anywhere monetizing any of that. They have millions of followers on social media, they have all these fans and everything, but they don't monetize this. The moment you leave the stadium, you're by yourself. Sometimes they have an app or a website where they keep you updated. But what if you have your own channel on air? A combination of music, of live streams, of the games before, during, and after, a social media engagement. And what if there is a tier, if you have 100,000 daily listeners, you're making up to $43 million in net revenue for just something that you can bring together into the community. So the community can basically help itself and help the club itself in a really cool way. So there's going to be women empowerment, education, leadership, equality channels. We're talking about channels for rescuing dogs, for pet channels, cats and dogs and everything. We're talking about blind channels. We are basically trying to create a whole new high quality content where people can come for free. We found out that people are sick and tired of subscription, so air for the users is completely free. Even for the content providers, for the channel providers, the whole channel is for free. Travel, tourism, and so on. Through her extensive network with global presidents and governments, several governments have already set up their own travel channel on air. One of them is also the government of Cyprus. And Chang is going to play us a little bit of how we presented how this channel could sound like to the government.
An audio channel built just for Cyprus.
Imagine being able to connect with the entire world and bring them into the beauty, the vibes, the nature, and the exquisite culture of Cyprus.
That's exactly what we'll do.
Have a listen.
This is Air Cyprus.
Playing what's popular while giving you all the scoop.
Strategically located at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa, Cyprus is a prime destination for business and investment. With a favourable tax system, a robust legal framework, and a thriving economy, the island offers vast opportunities in sectors like tourism, real estate, shipping, and financial services. You absolutely can't afford to miss out.
Air Cyprus.
On Phoenix Global's Air.
A taste of tradition.
The cuisines of Cyprus.
Described so that you can almost taste them.
Welcome to Taste of Tradition on Air Cyprus. Today, we're savouring a Cypriot favourite, souvla. This traditional dish features large chunks of marinated pork or lamb slow-cooked on a skewer over charcoal for hours. The result, juicy, smoky, and tender meat with a perfect crispy edge. Souvla is a staple at family gatherings, festivals, and holidays across Cyprus. It's usually served with pita bread, a side of salad, and topped with a generous sprinkle of lemon juice. For a true Cypriot experience, souvla is a must-try. Stay tuned to Air Cyprus for more authentic flavours.
Air Cyprus.
Cyprus. As you've never heard it before.
I didn't think you'd understand me.
Air Cyprus, a land of hidden treasures.
Legend has it that Cyprus is the birthplace of Aphrodite,
Well, I didn't know that there was music in there as well. So that was a short snippet of how a government channel for Cyprus could sound like. Obviously, when you have your own channel, let's say you are a government. It obviously makes sense to play music of the country. It could be any music, popular music, music from Cyprus artists. It could be a combination of, talking about the restaurants, about the cuisine. It could be talking about different travel spots on the island. It could even be talking about visas and how to get in, to be a citizen of, and the tax exemption. Every government is basically, and every content creator is basically in full control of their own channel. There's also possibility when you have your own channel, you can see who's streaming on from anywhere in the world, at what time, and so you can basically identify who's listening to your channel and to what content, and if they don't like a certain content, you can actually adjust, okay, so this area in Australia, they don't like to hear about the Cyprus channel and talk about the food. They don't like it. Okay, so let's in that area, let's geofence this and let's create, just give them some other topics. So you can basically, see who's streaming, what they're listening to, what they're tuning in, what you're tuning out. And the AI algorithm is basically adjusting to that so that the channel becomes more intelligent and, appeals to more people around the world. So AIR is uniquely social and built for community. As I mentioned before, there's a rewards engagement system. Listeners can earn points for tuning in, interacting, and contributing, turning listening into a rewarding loop. There's also an included marketplace in there. Listeners personalize their experience with skins, badges, and access to influencers' storefronts for exclusive products. So, for example, if you have your own, soccer club, obviously they have huge merchandise, the T-shirts, like for example, Olympique de Marseille. If they were going to have their own channel, they can basically direct people from their channel and tell them, look, we have this new T-shirt. Do you want to get the new T-shirt version? Go into the store and go and buy it. One of the things that we implemented in the store is we're working with an external platform where people are allowed to pay with cryptocurrency, which is another feature that is not in any social media around the world at this point. So people can, check out on the store, pay with Stripe, credit card, whatever, the regular means of payment, but also with cryptocurrency, which we're very happy to, because one of the things that I've noticed over the years is, and I've spoken to many people around the world and, stages and crypto clubs and everything. Most of the people, unfortunately, in the crypto space, when we talk about cryptocurrency, people don't realize that this is a currency. What do you do with a currency? You exchange things with a currency. You buy things with a currency. Unfortunately, most of the people in the crypto space around the world see cryptocurrency as an investment to make a lot of money within a short period of time. I do see that too. How many people see crypto as an opportunity to, make a lot of money? Thank you. But let's be honest, how many of you have ever done a crypto payment to actually use what cryptocurrency is used for as a payment or as a payment system? Thank you, quite a lot. How many of you have never done a cryptocurrency payment and bought something with crypto? Thank you. So people have always asked me, when is the price of this coin going there? And when do you think the market is pulling? And when is the bull market? When it's going to peak? And I said, well, have you ever asked yourself, you're always asking what can the crypto companies, the coins, what can they do for you? But have you ever asked the question yourself, what can you do for the crypto community? Start using cryptocurrency for payments. Allow in your business, allow payments yourself. Only then this community can grow. Because if we all just wait like, the rabbits in front of the hall with a snake and everything, or vice versa, then nothing is ever going to happen. How about we all start engaging in this? And that was one of the reasons why I said, okay, besides owning cryptocurrency and teaching people about it and staking and mining and all that stuff, how about just step out there like you guys do with the hackathon, creating a product around an ecosystem like Theta to support the community and support Theta and support the coin. And I think if more of us would do that and step in not only in a passive way waiting for things to happen, but actually become active and become part of the solution. So the reward system is here. We have the marketplace. There's a gamified interaction in there. We have something that we call micros and glimmers, short interactive audio clips, daily highlights and voting for the most inspired micros, create a special community-driven experience. This is quite interesting also, dynamic host tools. So if you have your own channel, you run your own channel, there's an interactive live features like live polls, so you can ask your community, okay, did you like my recent album, or did you like it, didn't you like it, or did you like going to this restaurant, or didn't you like it, or how did you like the latest, development for a partnership of Theta with the university in Seoul, for example. And then they, everybody can answer. We can say, oh, this is good, this is not so good, and then you can adjust your content, according to that. There will be surveys in there. There's a talkback button. So, for example, if you do like an Ask Me Anything session, or if you're a famous singer and you have, you do like a live thing and you allow people to ask you a question, they can raise their hand and you can actually allow them to push something that we call the talkback button, and they can actually ask you a question live on air, like as if you call into a radio station. So you can also, as the host, you can not only speak to them, but also your followers can speak to you if you allow that. Then we have spatial audio personalizations, immersive 360 audio experiences let listeners choose how they can engage with sound, with a growing library of environments that includes legendary studios, live venues, and unique acoustics. For example, yesterday we had a talk with the Formula E racing series. It's the third biggest racing series in the world. They have tens of millions of followers on social media, but they don't monetize this like all the other ones. They have, like most of these racing series or sports clubs, they're all depending on sponsors. When the sponsor money is good, everybody's happy. When it's not so good, but here they actually have an opportunity to create a revenue stream by themselves throughout the community. It's not like that they only have millions of followers on social media, which they can basically engage and bring them into the platform and start making money with the shared revenue. But at the same time, they can also speak to the global audience in terms of having 300 million people that are watching the races. So there's a whole new way of bringing the community in, giving them the platform where they can connect. If you are, a soccer guy, you can connect with your soccer club. If you are, a fan of Taylor Swift, you can connect with Taylor Swift. If you are a fan of Formula E racing or of blockchain, you have your own community that you can interact with. And we think this is something unique, something special. The company already has about 1 million people streaming globally, organically. There was no marketing done whatsoever. And in the last 2 years, people just found the platform by itself. The big global market launch will be in November. So as I mentioned before, of course, this is why we're here, and this is why we're also talking about AIR. We had extensive discussions with Theta and also with Open Theta, with Emre and Simon. We would like to have artists on the platform, but not only artists, singers, musicians, any kind of speakers, comedians. We would like them to have a free channel, but they can also have a subscription tier in there. If somebody wants to pay for the subscription tier, they can go to the marketplace. If somebody wants to sell a ticket to their concert, if somebody wants to sell a merchandise, we would like to give the content creator the opportunity to actually also create NFTs and sell NFTs. And since we are fans of Theta, we thought it would be a really good idea to have Open Theta as a marketplace where people can mint their NFTs, where NFT drops happen, and where basically the singers, the sports people, the athletes can announce their NFTs on the platform and get redirected to Open Theta. We have also been talking with Mitch and with Wes about other possibilities in terms of streaming, also in terms of the chatbot. We will also have some conversations about this later, and also with Mitch. So we are in that process as well. The crypto community that I'm honored to have. I don't really like that word, to have, or I need followers, but there's a substantial amount of about 4,000 people around the world that came to the classes. We have people come to the beginners classes, then they come to the advanced classes, and from all these participants from the advanced classes over the last years, we have about 300 people globally actively staking Theta, T-Fuel, and also La Vita, which I'm very happy. And that was also one of the reasons we didn't just want to buy, but we wanted to actively help the ecosystem, to strengthen the ecosystem, strengthen Theta, and so on. So be a live part of this. And so that's why we had the engagement with Theta to further go into that space. I would also like to have a talk with you later, maybe also how we can connect our connections and bring Theta, the chatbot, and other things into sports clubs and other places where this is maybe needed. Oh, sorry. One more. One back. Sorry. Here we go. Okay, so what if you have your own channel on air? What does it look like? What does somebody have to do? What can they expect and everything? Pro tools, zero overhead. Broadcast quality audio, no tech team needed. If you have your own channel, it's completely free. There's no upfront cost, there's no running cost. If we think this is a good content and the content provider, the channel partner thinks this is a cool thing, they get a channel. There's no cost, no risk whatsoever. If you want to have a channel today and you want it to go away in 6 months from now, you can do that. The cool thing is you have a global reach, local impact with worldwide streaming and authentic community ties. So for example, if you're a company based in the Netherlands and you want to expand your user base globally, you can do that. Because there's also one feature in the app which doesn't exist anywhere else. Any spoken audio content, not music, any spoken audio content will be live translated in 70 different languages, which is really huge because you have, we were talking to the Indian superstars, they're getting their channel, and they said, okay, what if we have an interview? What if we do this? What if we do that? They can basically create a global awareness of anything, any content, That applies to blockchain companies. That applies to radio stations. I mean, we just talked to a very big radio station here in Germany. They want their own channel. They couldn't believe it. They said, we're all struggling. What can we do to bring, but what about the spoken content? Sometimes we have not only music, we have, live panel talks, we have this, we have that, and we said, well, everything will be translated into 70 different languages. So for you to be a localized company in the Netherlands or in Germany or the United States, you can actually for the first time go global. And not only as a big company or big sports club or whatsoever, but also the small content creators. We specifically want to give everybody a chance to be on the platform. Whether you're somebody with 500 followers or somebody with 500,000 followers, it doesn't matter. The other day I was talking to this one guy, a friend of mine on TikTok. He has 830,000 followers on TikTok. He has, the moment I shared this with him, he left me voicemail. He's like, yeah, let's talk later. I can't believe it. I just got on a call, off on a call with TikTok, and I had millions of views in the last week alone, and they paid me $4,000. I said, well, if you come to our platform, if you have 800,000 listeners, daily listeners, you would make several hundred million. If you only convert maybe 10% of those 800, or let's say 100,000, you are making, with the revenue share model, very open and transparent, about $43 million per year. If you have 10,000 daily listeners on your channel, you're still making about $3 million per year. And people are always like, how does this work? Where does the money come from? This can't be serious. The money is there. The advertisement companies are paying that. But you know who's pocketing that? It's Meta, it's Facebook, it's Twitter, it's Instagram. They're taking all the money and the content creators get nothing. We had a conversation with another cryptocurrency and their CEO. We told them the concept. They said, well, we had been thinking about creating something like this. This is groundbreaking. One of their executives was actually also working with Spotify. And she said, you know what? I was one of the executives for Spotify, and this is exactly why people are so unhappy with that, because they're not being paid. But just to make it clear, we don't want to be gatekeeping any of the social media. We want to bring the social media in. We don't want to be a competition. We want to be bringing everybody in. So if somebody likes to listen to a song on air, on whatever channel it is, and they love the song, they can actually go and download it on Spotify. So we don't see each other, we don't see ourselves as a competition to TikTok and all the other ones. We want to bring everybody in and just go into that niche and complement that. So yeah, monetizing made very simple, real-time interaction with talkbacks, live feedbacks, audio analytics, flexible formats from quick microsparks to long-term shows, anything is possible. We have German TV stations, we have famous DJs signing on by the minute. It's kind of getting very crazy at the moment. The merchandise part in the back store is very important. Anybody who has ebooks or books or any kind of merchandise or any kind of product that they want to sell, they can go into the Air marketplace and do that. One of the most important things is we are strategic partners of Air. We are also basically like brand ambassadors because we love that. Because for the first time, if you try to get in touch with somebody at Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or TikTok, nobody will ever listen to you because they've just become way too big. We're here at the core of a new movement to really make a difference. And one of the things that throughout the research in the last few days and weeks we come across is that Air could be a platform where non-governmental or charity organizations could have a huge impact with. For example, this is a woman called Manavi Rai. She's from New Delhi, India, and she's rescuing dogs. Very simple. She's become a public figure because she's speaking out on the, what the government and the authorities do with dogs and animals in general. She has over 1 million followers on Instagram. We contacted her and she said, you know what? I don't know what this is about, but it sounds good. I want to do it no matter what I can do to help the animals. So she's going to get her own channel in basically describing what happens when she goes to rescue an animal. She can start engaging a totally new global audience. Everything that she says, or the interview that she gives, every tuition, everything that they talk about the everyday work with rescuing the dogs, saving the dogs, taking care of the dogs with medical help and everything will be translated in 70 different languages, giving people like that, and also not only animal rescue and dog shelters, wildlife and conservation NGOs, children orphanages and education charities, environmental and climate action groups, food banks, medical aid, and so on and so on. It's a personal, heartfelt wish of us to not only support the big guys that already have enough money, okay, give them the fair share revenue where they get it, where they don't get it somewhere else, but let's support the ones that actually really need it. And all the other platforms, they're all dependent on donations. But what if they have a platform for the first time where their content and their followers, which they already have, get incorporated and give them a platform? So if you have the dog lovers and people love rescuing animals, give them their own platform, social media engagement, and help support the actual cause. If you like to support, I have 2 foster children with an organization called Plan International. They're very big international. They're always asking for donations and everything because they don't have any sponsors. How about if we give them a platform, these guys, to monetize themselves, to monetize and bring the community in? All it takes is a channel for people to listen to and then support the community with that. How many of you think that's a cool idea? How many think it's a really bad idea? No, I think it's really cool because that category has not been defined yet, and I think we have a real chance. We have they have the possibility to also sell things in the merchandise, and but especially with the revenue share model, I think that's a pretty cool thing. Our current channel partners that have already signed on, obviously there are a lot more, but with most of them we are on an NDA, we can't talk about it. We have the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame getting their own channel. We have global radio and TV stations getting their own channel. We have the American Symphony Orchestra, Porsche is getting their own channel. Shiba Inu, other cryptocurrency channels will be there. Formula E is getting their own channel. We have several government travel channels, famous DJs like Moose T, Fair Talk TV, Manavi Rai, which I just showed the Indian rescue person. We have a famous podcaster from the UAE, Spencer Lodge. We have leading soccer clubs and world-renowned rap stars and singers from around the world. We just had a young superstar from India sign on a channel. He's very happy and Yeah, I think that's a cool idea. So if any of you ever think about this is something for you, if you have a high quality content, if you think you have a product, or you have a technology, you have some knowledge, or if you know somebody, let us know, speak to us, and we can see if we can make that happen. And I had mentioned a possible a channel for Theta as well, and no strings attached, because I know you guys are busy. But I personally think that Theta has a lot of followers on social media globally. A lot of people are staking nodes, owning the coins. What if we bring a platform for Theta to get in the global community? And with that, creating a channel, it could be a channel of a mixture of music, the favorite playlists of the people in the Theta community. It could be speaking about staking pools. It could be speaking about live Ask Me Anything. It could be any kind of educational content. And the cool thing is, with the live translation into 70 languages, you're not only reaching the English-speaking market, you can reach every market in the world. And I hope we can have a discussion about this. How many of you think this would be a cool idea for Theta to have their own channel? I mean, no, I really think this is a great opportunity for anybody to, brand themselves, go global, interact with the community, and use what's already there. You don't have to go out look for new customers. You just bring in the fans that you already have. And what if there's a Theta radio station where people can tune into, have the first blockchain company have their own radio station focusing on music, on education, bringing the community together. And I believe this would not only be interesting for the Theta or T-Fuel or anybody in the ecosystem like Lavita, but also for other crypto and blockchain fans out there as well. There's a last little stream that I want to introduce to you. This guy is Charles Hankins. He's the #1 gospel artist in the world. He already has his own channel, and I just want to give you some live snippets on how it sounds on his channel.
The most positive vibes anywhere.
This is Positive Air AI.
You're listening to Positive Air AI. Breathe.
I got this feeling.
Positive Air.
You're listening to Positive Air AI.
Positive Air has created the perfect playlist to keep you going all day and night. We keep your spirits high and vibes going.
Hey there, it's your favorite AI-generated DJ playing the tunes that keep you in the best spirits all the time. Welcome to Positive Air AI.
Positive
Air.
AI.
Pause. Take a deep breath. Let the music wash away any stress or worries. This moment is for you to unwind, feel good, and soak in the positive vibes flowing through Positive Air. All curated by AI.
Positive Air.
Hey there, beautiful souls. It's your favorite AI-generated ray of sunshine here on Positive Air AI, where we bring the good vibes and great tunes all day long. Remember, no matter how cloudy it gets, the sun is always shining somewhere. And just like that sun, your smile can brighten someone's day, even if it's just your own reflection in the mirror. So keep those smiles wide, those hearts open, and let's keep spreading the love and good vibes here on Positive Air AI.
Yeah, so this is Charles Jenkins. He's a pretty cool guy. He's best friends with, what's his name? He's best friends with, no, the other singer. What's this? The blind singer. What's his name? No. Stevie Wonder, exactly. So he's a Stevie Wonder, friend, and Stevie Wonder's getting his own channel. He'll also be at there's going to be a red carpet event in probably in Nashville, Tennessee, or in Las Vegas. Today we were thinking maybe in the Sphere would be really cool. All the global artists and channel partners will be there. Will be early 26, sorry. So next year in February. And everybody comes together for the global launch of everything. So some big superstars will be there as well. Maybe just to give you a short summary before we finish, if that's okay. When I bought my first Bitcoins in 2013 at $66.99, I knew this thing was going to be big and crypto is going to be gigantic in the future. That same feeling has not left me, and I'm still trusting it when it comes to the crypto world. I think we are still so early in the beginning, and I know that everybody keeps asking, when is the price of this and that coin going up? I think we have not seen anything yet. From my experience in setting up blockchain infrastructures and talking to big conglomerates on the adapter side, but also from the blockchain companies, everything, all the order books are full. Everybody's going crazy. I think the whole crypto blockchain movement is going to be spectacular in the future. However, let's go step by step, and let's see also what we can do for the community. Anyway, to give you a short summary of air and what air is. Oh yeah, I found the track again, I found the wave again. The same feeling that I had about Bitcoin and still now about the crypto world, how things are going to develop, and we are still in the very early stages and there's a whole wave coming. I had the same feeling about air. With the market evaluation of 100 million already, without any official start, about 1 million people streaming organically, I think this is going to be a game changer category that can redefine how we listen in the audio space. According to the statistics, videos are going down, but the consumption of audio content is going up, because for video content on TikTok, you need your mobile phone. You need to strip it through. Here, you can put on your earplugs. You go for a run. You're in the car. You're in the gym. You go for shopping, wherever, and you can listen to audio. So Air again is the first AI-powered, blockchain-enabled audio social streaming platform in the world. You can have your own branded channel with full ownership of content, audience, and revenue. With a monetization possibility of up to $43 million US with 100,000 daily listeners, with 10,000 daily listeners, still about $3 million US. There's a global reach, stream seamlessly into untapped markets where you've never been able to stream before. Built in the market space, you can sell books, courses, NFTs, and other exclusive contents. The interactive features live dedication, social engagement, and loyalty points. Again, there's the talk back button. If you want to talk to your community, you can allow somebody to speak to you or more people go live. Through the air, live translation to 70 different languages. Already 1 million people streaming before the official launch in October, November this year. And I think it's a platform that focuses not on the money, but on the content creator, bringing a very good experience to the users, but also the ones who have the artists and everything, to give them a fair share for the first time, to honor their content and what they've built, what they've written, what they sang, and what they studied for all these years. And if any of you have any questions about Air, if you're thinking about getting a channel, or if you know somebody who might deserve or need a channel urgently, you can speak to myself and the other Sebastian, and you can download the QR code. And I know you hate if I'm asking you, but is there anything I forgot?
Nothing to add here. Thank you.
All right. So, thank you so much. That's the end of the talk. I hope you liked what you saw and heard. And if you have any questions, go ahead. Thank you. Anybody have any questions? If not, we can just do it afterwards. Miriam.
Is it all live broadcasted, or because then you also have the time differences in the whole world, or is it just put on there and you just click on it and then you download it? How does it work?
If you start a channel, you have to have about 30 hours of content. So basically, you can gather up your favorite playlists or of your artists, and you can say you can create 3/4 of the 35 or 30 hours of content of music, and then we need audio content. You basically give us your audio files of anything that you want to teach, anything that you said, anything that you recorded, any interviews, TV, radios, or whatsoever, and then everything gets uploaded. Once the channel is running, the algorithm algorithm will start looking who's listening where and at what time, and then it will be adjusted according to that. And of course, like with any other social media, you should keep it up to date, you should keep it interesting, and you can have your daily diary. You know, you can wake up if you're, you know, I'm thinking about having a crypto education channel on air, you know, telling people about security. So I could wake up in the morning, I could see an article of Swissborg exchange being hacked. I could say, good morning, this and that happened. Do you have your Bitdefender in place? Or things like that. So you can say several things throughout the day, keep it upgraded, keep it interesting, so that people are, you know, it's not like you just throw something on there and then you're having so many people go in there, but you need to really, you know, make it interesting, you know, to, yeah.
So it's not that you have to be in a radio station?
No. No, you don't have to be anywhere. Everything you can do from home. You just send us the files, and then the rest you do yourself from your own dashboard. With the radio stations, they're basically converting their entire content onto the platform. They're streaming one-on-one, you know, with everything. Yeah. Any other questions?
Is it available on Android?
It's also available on Android, yeah. Maybe one more question. Otherwise, we're here, and you know, you can talk to us later if you like. All right, so thank you.
Check. Hi. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Very exciting project. So let's get to the next steps. We have a little break now, 5 to 10 minutes, roughly. We will then dive into a short video from Olympique de Marseille, the new partner from Theta. Before, we will have one raffle, and then after another raffle, and then we will get to the prizes for the 4th place winner of the blockchain hackathon. So let's get back. Yeah, I would say 7-8 minutes from now.
Lucky winner is 612.
Who is it? Who is it? Woo! Congrats. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow. Enjoy.
I will.
Thank you. So we are next part is a video from Olympique Marseille, which they partnered a couple of months before with Theta. If you have any insights you wanna bring up,
yeah,
that's
not anything. I don't think breaking news that we haven't announced, but we're really excited about working with these guys. For one, we knew they were very serious from the beginning because they actually reached out to us rather than the opposite, because they saw some of the work we had done with MLS teams in the U.S. And as we learn more about them, they're very tech forward, very innovative as a club. So we're really excited about going beyond even just the AI agent chatbot that we put out with them, but they're already talking about deeper integrations with blockchain technology and edge cloud. So we can tell this is going to be a very fruitful partnership. They unfortunately weren't able to make it today because of some of the obligations, but in fact, some of our team that had to leave early, they're going directly to Marseille to meet with them. So very current, and I think that we should have some more news coming from this in the coming weeks. So excited to show the video of from the guys and a little talk about our collaboration.
Hello everyone, I hope you are doing well, and I hope that you enjoy your ThetaEuroCon in Berlin. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Kevin Gorit, and I've been working at the Olympique de Marseille for almost 6 years as partnership manager. I would like to say in introduction that I'm very proud of this collaboration and the strong partnership we have built with Theta Network and its Theta Edge Cloud solutions. And for me, the best is yet to come. Allow me to take a few minutes of your time today to introduce our club and its unique features. Olympique de Marseille is an iconic club. Iconic for its history, its greatness, its trophies, but also its supporters all around the world. Now, let's take a step back and look after the environment in which the club evolves. Marseille is a booming city that attracts millions of visitors from across the globe. A sunny seaside destination, it's often chosen by major film productions for its lifestyle and unique character. Another key feature is its deep connection to football. Marseille is a city that lives and breathes football, creating an atmosphere unlike anywhere else in the world. In fact, the stadium is located right in the city center at the very heart of Marseille. The club is also unique because of its history. Its 126 years have helped shape OM's image and establish it as a true reference on the European football stage. It's the French club with the largest number of trophies, around 32, and above all, the very first French club to win the most prestigious European competition, the UEFA Champions League in 1993. Partners who choose to associate with Olympique de Marseille join this magnificent history, just as Theta Network has done. Another characteristic of the club is its ability to explore new markets and connect football with other powerful universes. Highly active in the gaming world, we are exploring opportunities in esports and are one of the most played clubs on the EAFC platform. OM is also a trendsetter in fashion, creating jerseys that achieve remarkable commercial success, ranked number 1 in France for certain collections. In partnership with Puma, the club also develops and sells lifestyle ranges, allowing fans to proudly wear OM beyond the pitch. Finally, OM is one of the first clubs to successfully enter the music scene. We have built a unique partnership with France's top-selling artist called Jul, who has carried out special activations blending music and football. And Jules even decided to feature his label on the sleeve of the Olympique de Marseille jerseys. The pride of all Marseille and the stage for the most unforgettable moments, the Orange Velodrome stands in the very heart of Marseille. With its unique architecture and the capacity of 67,000 seats, it's the largest city center stadium in France. Modern, comfortable, easily accessible, and classified as a UEFA elite venue, it's not only hosts OM matches but also major international concerts and large-scale events, such as Beyoncé, AC/DC, the Rolling Stones, Celine Dion, Ed Sheeran, Muse, David Guetta for examples. On this slide, the two key figures that reflect the power and attractiveness of OM and its stadium. 1.5 million people attend the stadium each season. This ranks as the 7th highest attendance in Europe and the number 1 in France. The stadium has been sold out for all matches over the past 2 years. Finally, 56% of people fans in our regions are OM supporters, a wide and highly engaged audience across our territory. Let's move now with the audience and exposure. Olympique de Marseille is also a club that is loved by the media, both French media, who cover its news daily, from player signings to club life, and broadcasters who consistently choose OM over the other clubs because TV audiences are spectacular whenever Marseille team plays. We play every match in prime time. But we are also powerful and covered by numerous international media. With an American owner, Frank McCourt, our news reaches an international audience and is regularly featured at the center of attention in foreign publications. Olympique de Marseille also has a unique audience and fan base. Today we count over 25 million fans across all our platforms. A natural fan base built over time and highly engaged. If we include the fan bases of our athletes, the top football names we increasingly feature in our communications, we reach approximately 50 million people. I mentioned engagement earlier. Here is a slide summarizing the power and the passion of our supporters. First, on Instagram, which is one of our priority platforms. We have some of the highest engagement rate in Europe, ahead of major European clubs that actually have larger fan bases. Every digital communication is supported, shared, and commented by our fans. When it comes to stadium atmosphere and the stand experience, OM is ranked number 1. I invite you to come at the Orange Velodrome and feel the unique atmosphere we have in Europe. Finally, our fans also support their team abroad, on the road, attending away matches to cheer on the team. Please take a look on the squad and the team of the Olympique de Marseille. As you can see, we have a lot of foreigners, players, and we are going to play the UEFA Champions League this year, so we have a strong effective, strong players, and we are really happy to present them to you today. A brief note on OM's visions and future perspective. 3 strong pillars to support the sporting performance of our club. First one, internationalizations. Popularize OM in target territories and win the hearts of new supporters abroad. Digitalization. Continue to make OM a strong digital brand by forging strategic partnerships and exploring new market segments. Theta Edge Cloud is an excellent example. The third one, infrastructure. Continue to develop our facilities, stadium, training centers to optimize player performance and provide them with the best possible conditions. On this slide, if you click on the screen, you will see the trailer of the vision of the Olympique de Marseille.
And now let's move to the best part, the Olympique de Marseille and ThetaEuroCon partnership. For this specific focus, I will invite Benjamin Prateau, who is our Chief Technology Officer here at the club, and he will give you some information about the partnership and the main goals.
Hello everyone, I'm Benjamin Prateau, I'm Chief Technology Officer at Olympique de Marseille. I'm in the club since more than 6 years, working on digital topic and more IT topics. I'm really proud of this partnership with Theta. It's a really strategic partnership for us. We want to work on AI since more than a year, and it was really important for us to work with a partner and a true partner who can help us on a daily basis to work on different topics like innovations, sport performance, fan engagement, and more globally in the club about digital transformation. The first target of the partnership with Theta will be to introduce an AI chatbot available for our fans every time, so they can ask questions about ticketing, merchandising, and more globally about the history of the club. And we will implement this in our mobile application and website for the launch. It's also important for us to integrate the chatbot and the technology inside the stadium, and maybe be able to use the chatbot to purchase ticket or drive the customer, the fan, in the right direction. And more globally, using AI to connect more with the fan and create more interactive experience every day with all the activations that we can do and all the operations in the club. We are a football club, and football clubs use more and more technologies every day. For us, it's a truth symbol also to join the Enterprise Validator Node program alongside Google, Samsung, and other world-leading companies. So we will be responsible for validating transactions, securing the network, and participating into the governance decisions.
Together, we made a major announcement. The partnerships was widely shared across web platforms, and a large number of media deals with these partnerships. On this slide, this specific slide, you will also find some KPIs around the announcement, and you can see that only on X and Instagram, we made around 600 impressions, and there is a lot of French media and international media who covers the partnerships and the announcement. So welcome to the reality of this partnership between Olympique de Marseille and ThetaEuroCon. I'm very happy to share with you not the first release, but the first versions of the companion with the chatbot we created with Theta Network. And it will be the right and the right tool for our supporters and for our colleagues here at the club to find and to have some information around the club, some information around the stadium, statistics, players. So it will be very, very helpful for us.
Bonjour la team OM, je suis compagnon. Comment puis-je vous aider aujourd'hui? La capacité de l'Orange Vélodrome est de 67 000 places.
Like I said previously, one of our main goals is to deploy the chatbot inside our mobile application and website. We have chosen to call this chatbot Companion. And this chatbot will be fed with football data APIs, well-known football data APIs. So using this data, the user and the fan can be able to find tournament data, match and statistics like goals, counts, substitution, and also information about the team and the players, also about the stadium. Everything tailored for a fan with a custom personality.
And now let's enjoy and let's see some of our communication and marketing campaigns we made for Theta Edge Cloud to promote Companion, but also to promote the brand all over the OM ecosystems in the stadium, on the giant screens, and we will also develop a big package, a digital package to promote the brand to our supporters, but also to all the ecosystem of the Olympique de Marseille. So in the stadium, on the giant screens also, but also in our hospitality area. We finished the presentations. I would like to thank you for your time, and I hope that you enjoy all the slides we present to you today. And I would like to say again that we are really happy to build this partnership with Theta Network, and I hope to see you in Marseille very soon because it's unique and you need to feel the fervor of this club and this city. Bye bye.
Also, one thing he did not mention, but Olympique de Marseille was kind enough to provide us tickets to every OM home game for the next season. So if you happen to find yourself in Marseille, we're happy to host any Theta community members that are there anytime in the next coming season. VIP seats, so please come if you can.
I'm really looking forward to see the Edge Cloud promotions in the stadium, and I would like to get one. Okay, so let's get to the second raffle. We have now a signed one, and actually I think there's one from Aubameyang on it. That's one, I think. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but yeah. It's definitely a player I really like because I'm a Dortmund fan, and he was playing for Dortmund for quite some time.
Great. Winner of this one is 637. There you go.
Woo! Do you have it? Yeah. I wanted to have the jersey, you know. No, all good. Thank you very much. We are heading now to our lunch break. No? The first pitch, right? Yeah, we have our fourth winner. Yeah, thank you, Wes, for being here. Stop, hold on, just a second. We have our fourth winner now, and it's Ian, and his project is called Surf. I know. But I'm just looking for Ian. Here. Okay. Yeah. Now I feel confident. Welcome. Congrats. So Ian is one of our fourth place winners. So we have more coming up, and also the second one and first one. So stay tuned.
Thank you very much. So I'm Ian. I've been here all week from Newcastle in the UK, and we've been building our project, which is called Surf, which is a marketplace for zero-party data. So I guess the first question to answer is, what's zero-party data? Well, it's data provided to a brand from a customer intentionally and proactively, unlike third-party data where we're tracked all over the web and third parties are monetizing our own data set. The interesting thing is that actually these data sets are exactly the same, zero-party, third-party, it's the same data. So the digital marketing space uses this data actively, and it's huge. It's forecast to be $1 trillion spent by brands by 2032. I think it's currently 700 billion, so it's grown pretty quickly as well. And that's $1 trillion spent to acquire our custom using our very valuable data. So big number. I should point out that I'm not actually a coder, so I've been here like vibe coding with AI all week, and I've been dealing with big int errors whenever dealing with crypto wallets. So while we're talking about big ints, there are 8.5 billion daily searches in Google, 3 billion active users monthly on Meta, and 10 million e-com stores. So the market is absolutely huge. And what share do we make out of our data being used for marketing? Guessed it. It's pretty much 0%. But the problem really is brought into focus when you think about the brands and the marketing teams there. Data access is reducing quite rapidly, and the complexity of the reporting around data just gets bigger and bigger. It leads to inefficient spend, and in turn, that creates questions around customer loyalty. Reporting is an issue for all marketing teams. And attribution, it's kind of a key topic in marketing right now, and we could probably spend weeks talking just about that. We believe our platform Surf solves this issue for marketing teams while helping us to monetize our own data. So the summary, what are we actually building? So we're building a way for us as consumers, as users, as browsers to monetize our own data online with a privacy first approach where you're completely in control of what you're doing, alongside a much better online experience. For brands, we're creating something that's quite different and quite unique. It really can't be overstated what the platform's going to do. We're essentially going to give them analytics into holistic browsing journeys. So that's across multi-domain click streams where brands can see where users entered their website, where they exited to, and we'll give them the insights into why that's happening. Now, there's some pretty significant AI going to be running in the background. So I've mentioned a couple of bits here, so graph neural networks, recurrent neural networks. It's all about, okay, how do we follow those sequential clicks across the internet and how do domains interact with each other? But what we can pull out is real actionable insights for marketing teams to essentially spend more efficiently and obviously improve customer engagement. This is the vision where we want to get to. We didn't quite build this visual this week, but essentially we can supply this type of information through a SaaS product into any brand. So we get to see cohorts of users at different points in the day across different devices. And at the bottom there, you can start to pick the right, At the bottom here, you can start to pick the right point to serve ads to users based on intent and sentiment. And you get some really interesting cues as users move from particular URLs to particular URLs, particularly when you aggregate that over larger cohorts. So we can evolve I suppose, the description of what it is we're doing. So we're going to build a marketplace for zero-party data where users can monetize their data, manage privacy, while brands get unparalleled actionable data insights across holistic browsing journeys. Sorry, this clicker's not very good. So what about the numbers? Here's a bit of a high-level view on what we think we can achieve. So by year 5, we estimate that we'll have onboarded 500,000 users and 1,000 brands to the platform. That's mainstream users. We're not crypto first. This is about bringing consumers and brands together and really allowing them to monetize their data while providing this solution. Revenue, we forecasted £18 million of revenue by year 5. 12.5 million of that will be paid back to users, and that's at a healthy 2.3 million EBITDA in year 5. And what we think we'll have to analyze is 1 billion URLs per 250,000 users every month. So pretty significant number crunching to do in the background. And a global rollout would see us scaling to just under 500 million blockchain transactions annually. And all of this essentially is happening inside wallet technology, what we like to describe as a pillar in the Theta consumer economy. We think it's something that is needed, and it's something that we think we can bring with our platform. So, but we're all here for the tech, so we can forget about the profitability. This is actually what we built while we've been here this week on the hackathon. So we take a user wallet. We've got some tracking software that starts to harvest URLs. And then what we did was we sent those URLs up to the edge cloud. We used a Llama model and the on-demand endpoint. And that allowed us just to categorize what those URLs were. So just taking the kind of metadata and open graph data on the page, we were able to categorize the type of website or the type of URL the user was on and what was the intent. So were they doing research or was it a part of a purchase journey? And obviously at that point in time, we're burning T-fuel. And then once we harvest these URLs, we can then start to look into user behavior, and we can start to distribute rewards based on users' activity. So if, for example, it was Amazon, we could look at everyone who visited an Amazon URL. Then we look at their whole browsing journey, and from there, we pro rata rewards based on how many URLs drop into that data set. And then anything that Amazon, for example, pays us for the analytics platform, we pay 70% back to the users. And we built a small contract this week again to do that calculation and distribute the tokens based on that user activity. And it works really nicely. Well, I don't think I can demo it because I'm not controlling the laptop. So yeah, if you want to see that, you can catch me later. So yeah, I was about to do the demo there. Quick one about us and about the team. Why us? People have tried similar things before. I guess we're a fairly unique team in that we've got 50 years of direct-to-consumer experience. So we've experienced this marketing problem before, many times daily, in fact. Just briefly running through the team. FP, he's our CFO. We like to call him the fun sponge because he says no to everything whenever we ask. He doesn't like spending money. Will, the nerd, he's our CPO. And by the way, these are very grand titles for a team of 4 of us, for all 4 of us to be carrying a C. But Will knows everything about ad serving, and he's been in this space for many years. Deven's our CTO. He's been here this week helping us code. And then I guess I'm just steering the project. This is my second outing. I built a business called Fix My Car in the UK, which was founded back in 2011, and saw that from idea through to exit 2 years ago. So again, just kind of adding to the description. I won't read it out, the whole thing again, but essentially run by a commercially experienced team and powered by Theta. And then one final slide. just a thought to leave you with. What if actually what we're building is way, way bigger than just an analytics SaaS product? If you think about 1,000 brands, 500,000 users, all inside a Theta wallet, I think we've built a Trojan horse into an entirely fungible loyalty scheme. Everything's going to run on our token. Brands aren't going to be aware, but they're going to be in their wallet. I think at that point we can sell loyalty schemes where you can cash out for real pound notes or dollars, or spend your tokens with British Airways or Starbucks and a coffee. Then I think that's a pretty big project. So thanks very much for having us this week. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here, and thanks to everyone in the room who's been here all week. It's been fun.
Thank you, Ian. It was a pleasure having you guys here. Actually, you made an amazing job. It's incredible, and you made it really hard for us judges to, it was really a hard time, a couple of hours with a lot of headache. But I think one thing to mention is the fourth places, they will get $1,000 and 5,000 AWS credits. So that's the prize money for all the fourth places. And now it's lunchtime. So have fun, enjoy.
And at ThetaEuroCon in the US, we took some hats with us and got.
By the way, I'm 6'13", but I lost my little sheet. So
Okay.
Take out 6'13", it's me.
That's too easy, man.
So we have assigned hats from Wes, JE, and Mitch. So with the OT. So from if you don't know, OpenTheta has its own NFT collection, and we made some custom NFTs for the important people in the Theta Labs team, and got it signed in the US. And now we want to give it away here in Europe. At least you get the signature, even if they didn't make it here. So, yeah, let's get started.
We start with Wes.
Okay, awesome.
So we have Wes here. 6:30.
624, so 624.
I got you. No. Is it?
Anyone?
What was it?
624.
624. 624.
Okay. And another one, if you're not here. Ah, you got it. Ah, okay. Awesome.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Have fun. Next JE, or?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm just looking at it. Yeah. We have G. No way. No way. 613.
You have to have the paper to win.
Well, that's me. That's what he said. Enjoy. So now we have Mitch.
You want to pick? You can pick the last one.
I can pick. Six, 3, 6.
Yeah, if nobody else is claiming it, you can just say you had the
10 seconds.
had the paper.
5. 4.
Well, now the FOMO starts.
3. Really?
Yeah, but if should we begin?
Should we do another one?
Yeah, but you're sure you had what was the number?
636.
Yeah, if nobody else claims it, I would say the chances are high that you had it and lost it.
I don't wear caps usually.
Now you have to.
Now you start. Now you start wearing caps.
Who's that guy?
Mitch.
It's Mitch. That's the CEO.
That's the signature from Mitch. So.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Okay, great. I think now we start with the next fourth place.
Yeah, the next fourth place is a project. It's called Aura, and we have Michael here. So give him a shout.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Here, okay. Right, okay. Thank you. So, thank you very much. It was really a pleasure working here at Hacking, and we actually managed to have a chance to implement a project which we were thinking to do quite a long time ago, and fit perfectly, because we're using the capabilities of Theta Theta, which also can host different models, which we'll be needing in the future. So I'll do a short presentation of our Aura AI. So Aura AI is an AI life coach. It's a real-time companion which listens basically to you all the time and helps you improve your life. Yeah, so let's start from a problem. Why are we building this? So there's, let's say, two parts to this. So there's this growing mental health crisis, where basically we're just looking at social media, getting obsessed over it. It's not really helping us. We're getting over the tools which connect us. We're actually making us more distant as people. And rising anxiety, I think everyone knows about that. So that's kind of this from a mental perspective, from a health perspective. And we also have the other part, which is the self-improvement trend. So even if you don't have, let's say, a condition where you really would like to talk to a doctor, I think most of us kind of now want to improve their lives. So there's like biohacking with Brian Johnson, everyone knows about that. We're living longer, so I guess kind of basically I would say that we can all agree probably that we all could do better with our mental health. So that's why we built Aura AI. So there are currently several solutions which I can explain, which you can use now. So there are, you can do a therapy session, life coaches, or self-improvement apps or books. So basically all these methods we think at this point are not exactly what it takes, and they could be better ones, especially with AI. So some of the downsides of them are, for example, for therapy sessions, they could be quite expensive. It could be quite hard to find a professional. For life coaches, you could be dubious about the quality of that. Also, it's not cheap. And if you use some kind of apps, then most of the apps require you proactively to use them, to, let's say, to write in chat with, let's say, people chat with ChatGPT, talk to some apps. So it requires you proactively to use them. And the most important is that all of these don't have a full context of your life. So they don't really know what was happening to them. Whereas if you talk even to a therapist, they'll know for 30 minutes what you've been telling the person. But they don't really know what has been happening in your life. So that's why we built our solution. So Aura AI Life Coach basically is an always-on life companion which listens to all which has been happening to you, so has the context of your voice throughout the day. It provides you a mental self-awareness monitor. So basically it allows you to understand how your mood has been changing, how your emotions have been changing throughout the day, and tries to identify patterns, be them good or bad, so then you can choose to, let's say, maybe work on them, or maybe just at least be self-aware about what's happening. And of course, also therapy sessions. So it allows you to now talk to an AI coach which actually knows things about you. It's not just generic ChatGPT who I've been talking to. This app knows everything about you. So yeah, so it has this continuous context, emotional biofeedback, and then intelligent pattern analysis. We're using LLMs, and LLMs, one thing they're really good at is natural language processing. So that's we're putting them actually where they're supposed to be. So why did we choose to do this? There are some other apps on the market which do something similar. So you get the app and you start talking to it. We decided that this is not enough because these apps require you proactively to use them. And so a lot of people don't do this. And they don't really also know that much about you. So there's kind of much higher friction. So in our case, we think it's much less friction when you basically don't have to input effort in this app. Basically, it will tell you what's already happening. Yeah, so how Aura works, basically it's always on, it's in your pocket, it listens all the time. It doesn't listen to your other people. If you're talking to somebody, it will just listen to you and just recognize your voice and just record that. We also building this with privacy first mindset. We really don't intend to store all of your audio. We intend to store as much audio as we need just to recognize voice. So that's basically several seconds, then to transcribe it. And then at the end of the day, to take out the patterns, to extract patterns from it. So basically, we're trying to do this really privacy first. All this data is stored on device. We just send these extracted information to an AI model to analyze, and then basically that's it. Yeah, so we built this app. It's an iOS app. It's built with Swift. Yeah, I think this part maybe is not that interesting. Yeah, and basically, as I mentioned, it's privacy first. So this is currently at this point, it's listening at this stage to this. It's now as app, it's listening to everything. In the future, we'll be also adding the voice fingerprinting function, which I mentioned to you. Yeah, great. So the market opportunity and business model. So by default, these tools are already very expensive. If you talk to a therapist, you know that it's going to be not cheap, even if you find one. Many people actually in Germany, for example, it takes them half a year to a year just even to find one. So we intend to have maybe a free tier because, to be honest, running the app does not cost us that much. We also don't keep a very big context window, so that means it's not as expensive to run the models. But of course, for the premium versions, we can charge some money, and I think there's a good business model there. Yeah, so the idea basically would be to have just as an app in-store app, and of course later we can partner also with KOLs and so on to promote them. Eventually, at some point, we would like also to get on board some psychologists who can help us provide also psychological tools. We don't want to call it a health app at this point. I think it's a wellness app. But to incorporate these tools and to work them to kind of to move it along, so at one point it could be also more helpful, let's say, on the psychological front. Also, the interesting part about this app, it can also help prevent issues, because let's say if you let's say if there's an issue, there's a person suicidal or they are like having a really bad time, so this app would be able to alert both the user and also like maybe some healthcare providers. So that would be a very good tool also to kind of to help people who are really in need. And I guess at that point, when you're really bad, sometimes you maybe don't want to reach for one or more app and so on. You're not really capable of that. So this is kind of what we are offering here. Yeah, basically we started building this app. So there's a technical roadmap for that. Currently, it listens to text, but of course, there's also very cool models coming up. So for example, ChatGPT, OpenAI, they launched a model which receives voice tokens instead of text. Which is really interesting because in that case it knows the emotional coloring of your, just based on what you speak without even knowing the context, which would be really interesting for us. And at one point I'm presuming there will be open source models which could be run on Theta. That would be really interesting. Yeah, so this is kind of what we have been building, and there's a small demo which we would like to show. It's a video. Yeah, so this is the app we built. So unfortunately it doesn't have audio, so I'll explain. So basically it's constantly listening. You can turn this on and off. Here it shows on top your kind of state, your emotional state during the day. So as you see, it started well, but then I was a bit nervous because I had to do the pitch potentially. Yeah, then it was good, and just before the pitch, again, the nervousness kicked in. So this is kind of a main screen. So basically it allows you to understand what has been happening with you. Currently it's more basic, it will be improved in the future. Then, apart from my aura, this part, we have also the daily patterns. So in a while, we'll switch to this. So maybe I'll just continue here. So we have another functionality is the daily analysis. So it will be shown next. So basically, the daily analysis runs in the evening every day, or you can run it on demand. And through the context of what you have been talking, it will try to tell you what patterns you have been having. So for example, very commonly, people are very negative in their speech sometimes, and that inhibits their life. So here is the daily analysis. So for example, I had some more anxiety, maybe coping not enough. So anxiety would be fine, but for example, the methods of coping maybe were not good enough. At least it didn't find that. So it allows to find you these patterns and maybe potentially at least be self-reflective on that. And if you're self-reflective on that, it helps you to also make them better. And here, another function we have is the reflective chat. So basically, you can talk to the model. The difference is this is not just standard ChatGPT. This model actually knows everything about you. So you can really talk, you can talk about the issues you were having and how you should be coping. So at this point, we don't really want to instruct the model to be very supportive in helping you resolve this. We want, because we think it also could be a little bit dangerous. AI tools, they are quite powerful. So there, basically, we're currently instructing the model just to basically allow you to be more self-reflective and ask more questions about that. Also, it's multilingual, so it runs in several languages. It can switch automatically on the fly. Currently, we did turn that off. You have to manually choose the language you're going to use. So these are the languages we chose there. But in the future, also, it can automatically switch through languages. So if you talk in several languages, it will automatically catch all that context. So that's it. And thank you very much for Theta for hosting us and for making this happen.
Thank you very much, Michael. So let's get to the next one. Our next on-site fourth place we have. We have actually two more. One is here. It's Melvin and Lawrence.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have a very similar name to our other talk, so it might be a bit confusing. But we are Oralis, the AI that discovers and monitors every competitor move. There we go. So currently, competitive research is very, very slow. It's expensive, and it's often already outdated as soon as it's created. Teams spend many hours looking through different scattered resources and trying to put everything together, and traditional reports are very expensive and often already become outdated within a few weeks. So this is what Oralis is trying to change. Our AI crawls the competitor websites, news outlets, and also data sheets, and puts all of this data together in one unified dashboard. And on this dashboard, everything is always kept up to date, so you never miss any competitor move, and you're also alerted once anything changes. So from this, we come from competitor noise to true clarity, so you never miss any move of your competitors. And at the backbone of this is our data extraction pipeline. So first, we discover all of the sites of our competitors. These are then scored with AI by relevance, which sites have information about the products and the features and the company. These sites are then downloaded and fingerprinted and then passed on to an extraction stage, where also again by AI, all of the competitor intelligence data is extracted and then fed into our dashboard. And all of this is powered by the scalable AI on Theta Edge Cloud. So now we've seen what the product is about, and now we'll dive into exactly what we built during the hackathon.
Yeah, we will start with a live demo. So we built everything from scrap, so the product is not done yet. Zhang? Perfect. So imagine you're a robotic company, and your competitor is Figure AI, so you just put in the URL. We discover all the sub-websites of this company. Some are already taken out, like AGB and websites which are not important. Then the websites are scored, which ones are useful, which ones are not useful, where we can get product information. Then they are downloaded, and so yeah, we can see 10 pages are processed, where we run and then 10 pages are extracted, where we run a LLM AI, and then we can see this is the company, this is one of the products, there's some information about it. This is another product, just as an example, with other information, and the goal is to further compare them with your own product. But we are not there yet. This is the, you can switch back to the slides. Oh, perfect. So, I mean, I just showed you what we have built. So the next, what's there to come? What is our vision? What are we looking at? So What's next is we want you to just, or the company to just give your own URL, and then we scrape the Google and find all the competitors for you. So it's easy to use. It's should be fast. And then we also don't only want to scrape Google, but on the websites of the companies, but also get news information from LinkedIn and other news platforms. Then further, we would love to integrate a chatbot, a direct comparison, and maybe also capture the trend of the sector and see what would be the next step for you. How can you always be up to date in the market and give recommendations? This is what's next, what we are planning to do. And to the next slide, yeah. But what is our business case? So we got out of the internet, we got that about 27K on average per year per company could be saved through a 70% reduction in time spent on competitive research. This, I mean, I'm an economist, so I'm not sure how significant this number is. But we can see clearly in the market that 8.2 billion is already now spent on competitive intelligence, and it will further increase. And then we want to introduce a subscription model, like I think everybody is using in this kind of market, and target, businesses. There is competition, there are already existing companies, but they are mostly focused on company to company comparison and not product to product. And we want to compare really one product of a company to the next product of your own company, and that is how we want to differentiate us from the others that already exist. It should be automated fully by AI and very fast, hopefully. It's moving tech and that's our goal. Yeah, next slide. And that's us. I think we are both not no developers. We both come from a different kind of field. Melvin already has a startup. He's also studying engineering. I'm in more like in economics, and we think we can put in our new perspective, maybe which is not so big in this kind of sector, and hopefully build a great product. And that's it from us. We also want to thank very much the organization of the hackathon. It was amazing experience, and thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Lawrence and Melvin. We have our fourth place. Unfortunately, he can't join, so he joined the project remotely. He's in the States. It's a community member. His name is Theta, so all the OGs here in the room knows him quite well. His project's name was SM Thuns, as I said, unfortunately he can't be here, but we will manage to proceed or process the money he will get. So let's get to the second place. The second place, it was really hard. It was really hard to distinguish between first and second, and we put a lot of thoughts on it. But at the end, we decided to go with Coalent. Your stage, Omar.
I had a feeling on this one. Oh, okay. Feels great to be here. It's kind of nice to see everyone. So we're Coalent. We basically do AI sports analytics. Not something a lot of people say up on stage, but we figured let's give it a shot and see what this industry has to offer. And can we, how do I move the, oh, hi techie. Right, techie. Okay, so fun fact about the sports market. It's big, I mean, like really big. To give you context on how big it is that entire countries have literally bankrupted themselves just to host the Olympics. So that kind of gives you an idea of how big that market is. But specifically, the AI sports analytics market is 5.7 billion. And in about 4 years, it's going to be 15 to 20. So it's a booming market, relatively speaking. There's a lot of interest being generated from it. Now, if you look into it more precisely, it's generally governed by the same players, and they're very cool. Yeah, they all have the same software, and honestly, it's just an over-glorified editing software. Seriously, I invite you guys to look at it. It's just you edit the software, you draw little circles and point little arrows and call it boom, analysis. And they cost a fortune. They're roughly between 1.5 to 2K just to get the subscription. And you have to get another analyst for another K, and then you have to pay them to analyze a single match for 2 to 3K. So already that's a lot of Ks involved, right? Like it's a crazy amount. So that creates a barrier, right? Like you have a lot of passionate athletes and coaches who actually care about the sports, who dedicate their lives to it, who actually would dream to see tools like this being used on them, but they can't. And not to mention the fact that it's very difficult to use. So that's where we came in, and we're like, what would happen if we put AI in? Like, what would AI do if it understood sports? And the first thing was gambling. So we figured we can't start with that unless we want an invite from the mafia. So we decided, right, hi techie. Wrong techie. So we decided, okay, let's build a platform, let's make it accessible, let's make it easy to use, let's make it affordable. Because if anyone deserves to use this, it's the people who care about the nature of sports. That's all they have, it's passion. So we figured, okay, let's give them access to analytics. Because all they need, basically, at the end of the day, is just a camera. Mobile phone, DSLR, doesn't really matter. You just put it up, film, and you're done. Take the footage, upload it, and AI extracts everything. Ball speed, player speed, location, bounces, everything you need. These are literally the building blocks of all analytics. From there, you can get anything you want. And that's exactly what we did. Our AI basically extracts everything. I think you can see some of it here. And then it adds dead time cut, so it literally knows when you're playing and when they're not playing or taking a rest, so coaches can watch it and know exactly what to look for. The AI tells you exactly what to focus on, and things like this. And that's fundamentally the starting point. The imagination you have can take you whatever you want. You can use the data to give it to media companies. You can use the data to start going in the realm of prediction. And we know it's possible, because like we're all in the tech scene. We use data all the time in marketing, for example. You take patterns of the past to predict the future. Well, somewhat. When you have a closed system like sports, it becomes a lot more realistic because there aren't that many weird variables that come into play. It's just food for thought, right? Competitors. These three are pretty much dinosaurs, except for this guy. So all of them are the major players. They're pretty much outdated. Their infrastructure is way too big to integrate AI these days. Swing Vision is the only competitor we consider a real threat because, well, they just raised a 2 million Series A lately, which good for them. But they only focus on tennis. Our goal is to focus on all sports. We just happen to pick tennis because it's just a sound strategical move from our perspective, both from a technological perspective and a market perspective. Why do I keep skipping? So pricing plan, again, affordability is at the heart of this technology. So we figured all the collaborative environments, all the things that connect players together, we should give them for free. And it also makes business sense. And of course, at $12.99 just to cover the server costs. But that's not how we grow. Basically, the main driver of growth is Federation Plus, which is a contract-based solution we have with clubs. And we just happened to close one with the Table Tennis Saudi Federation. Long story, we met a Saudi prince and that's how we got it. So we got lucky on that one. And yeah, and of course, thank you for Theta for organizing all this. And we kind of have to give them the shout out. I'm going to give the man who's in charge of the AI the mic before I embarrass myself.
Hi. Yeah, so this week we actually completely redid our AI. So far we were using an open source implementation called TrackNet, and this time we built our own AI from the ground up that uses YOLO and bot sort layers, which is around 2 to 5 times faster than TrackNet, which is pretty much the industry standard right now. And also by using Theta Cloud, that really helped us out as well, because using the same exact GPUs on Theta Cloud were about 3 times cheaper than RunPod, our previous implementation. So all in all, we basically made our costs 10 times lower this week. So really happy about that.
Yeah, we can make money now, so it's kind of cool. Of course, like we wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for everyone on this picture. This is the whole team. 2 of them are at the club right now talking to coaches, so sadly they couldn't be with us. But yes, basically we're all from the same university, Code University, big shout out. Entrepreneurship and startup has been our bread and butter for 5 years, so we've been in this game for a while. So having this win is, yeah, precious to us, of course, because I'm sure you guys know it's really, really tricky. But yeah, we come from ex-sports hockey players, ex-professional hockey player. He says it in a very specific way. I can never nail it down. Ex-professional hockey player. We have Nico, who started his own startup, a fashion label, and he basically did his thesis and focus on brand design. Amit, basically he's cracked when it comes to code, and I don't even understand him most of the time, but it works. And yes, our sales executive, Raul, and myself, Omar. I do the talking, so yeah. And yeah, so we don't have a video, but as a thank you to Theta for giving us the infrastructure and free credits, we took the credits and fed them back into our system. So if you go to covalent.com and sign up, you get free credits to use the software, and we invite you all to try it out, because I think that's the best way you can see it. So thank you for everyone at Theta and to the organizers.
Great job, Omar. Good speaking. Yeah, before going into the first place, we still have some shirts from Olympique Marseille. We would like to raffle. So more numbers. Please prepare it.
Signed by the place.
Signed by the. Oh, it's so hard. You know, these football players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There
seems to be an infinite pool of shirts.
No, not. Not.
I think this is the last one.
That's the last signed one, yes. Yes. Let's go for it. So you're prepared? Your tickets?
It's like 611.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hold on, it's heavy.
Woo! All right, first place, I think, Wes, you want to go for it?
Yeah. And I believe we have, well, Simon may be on the way with their prize, but yeah, it was a very difficult choice between 1 and 2. We love both these projects. I can say as a judge, it was very difficult. But with first place, our grand prize winner, please welcome Checkmate to the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yes. Hi, I'm Kaylee. This is Zarif, and I would like to present the project that we were working on this hackathon called Checkmate. Yeah, I probably need this. Okay, so our sort of idea for this presentation was to make it relatable, making you imagine that you're a teacher, but in reality, most of you probably already are. Some of you have kids, maybe coworkers or friends, obviously maybe even students if you're an actual teacher. But the big part of actually educating is the tests, to test the knowledge of your, students. And currently, the old way, which is the written way, is extremely inefficient. You have to first create a test or maybe download it from somewhere and then manually grade it, which is very draining and makes you less motivated to actually teach. So because of that, we created Checkmate, which is an AI-powered educational platform that allows you to generate the tests on any topic and allows you to evaluate those tests in a written format using your camera in a matter of seconds. This is the benefits of our platform, which is pretty obvious. First of all, the grading takes under 5 seconds per paper, which comparing to regular method is, let's say, minutes, right? It is super easy to use. You don't have to learn the platform from scratch. Everything is extremely intuitive, and we allow to provide insights to the students that you grade with our system. Yeah, this is the team that was building it throughout the entirety of hackathon. We came here only with the idea, and over the last 5 days, we were working on it. All of us come from the same company. We're co-workers from a software development agency. We work with a lot of quite big and popular companies in the US and around the globe. As an example, Porsche or MLS, some of you might have heard. And yeah, we are extremely startup-oriented team. As an example, Philip has a very, very promising startup around marketing. Zarif is very active in the community in general with the front-end technologies. He'll be having a talk next week about React Native. And well, the rest of us are just extremely motivated backend developers. So from the technological standpoint, as I was working on DevOps side, our entire stack is deployed on AWS. It is completely serverless, making it very cost-effective and scalable. And that, in return, allows us to have a very affordable price model. Our backend is written with Python, which means it's very fast. It's very important for the test evaluation model. And that's the reason why we can create those tests in less than 5 seconds. Our AI service, which is the test generation, is written with Go, and it utilizes the Theta edge cloud. Currently, we're using the on-demand model. So in the end of this presentation, you'll be able to actually try it out if you're curious. There will be a QR code. And our front end is Next.js, which is super popular nowadays. And we are taking the mobile-first approach within it. Sadly, this slide is slightly messed up. There was an animation of how our script evaluates the tests, but I just find it extremely cool how it looks from the machine standpoint. Essentially, like here in the background, you can see that the script warps the image and detects the squares, and then we apply a ton of different filters, and we detect the amount of ink that is used on each of the squares, including the corrections, which is these white squares there. And then we just use the contrast between the rest of the squares and select the correct answer. And if you're curious about the business side, how is the market looking for our project? Thankfully, it's already established. There are already people that are making such projects, but the main issue with those is they're not really innovating. And on top of it, the educational system is not adopting the new technologies fast enough, making the market even slower to adopt the new technologies. And the cycle just repeats itself. On top of it, the good part is that nowadays the AI is way more accepted than it used to be. So including even public teachers, everyone is using AI nowadays. So it is much easier to push this project to everyone. As an example, these are some of the more popular competitors that we have. ZipGrade, it's the most popular company that does automated test grading. It has over 1 million downloads, but it is extremely outdated. If you look them up, their website looks like it's from 2010, and they don't have any result explanations. Examino is another project that we randomly found. It looks extremely promising. They're using AI to grade the papers, but they don't generate those tests. And on top of it, since they are using AI for evaluation, it is pretty expensive for the teachers. And this is where Checkmate is coming in. We do have test generation without any limits. We are focusing on Europe in contrast to other companies. And one of our main focuses is data privacy. And well, as I mentioned before, we are an affordable service because of our infrastructure. So you just have to basically pay for like our service being run on AWS. These are the features that we've implemented during hackathon. We have a demo as well, so you'll be able to see all those green boxes in action, and obviously you can try them out yourself later. What we currently have in progress is the test evaluation deployment. Sadly, there was not enough time to actually deploy the model. So currently it's running locally on the machine. And the online tests, that is very soon going to be done. And within the planned features, we have the dashboard statistics, which will show you the statistics within your students and just in general how they're doing. The enterprise version, in case bigger entities want to get into the project, as an example, schools, if they want to integrate the entire project within their system. The result insights with AI and personalized tests, also including AI that trains the model based on the answer sheets that you provide. I suppose we could switch to the demo. Yeah, so this is our landing page where you can learn a few things about our project and how it works. We have the dashboard. This is where all the statistics is going to be laid. We have the students, the obvious creation of them and editing. Yeah, as an example, I was creating myself. And yeah, there it is. You can edit it. I probably shouldn't have shown it on the demo because it's taking so much time, but yeah. And obviously the deletion. One of the main points of interaction within our app is the groups, where you can group multiple students into one for the test to recognize which students are supposed to be graded. And as you saw, you can edit those very easily. And the main part is the tests. Here I'm creating a completely new test just to show you how it looks like. You can't really read it, but the test name is, as far as I remember, blockchain. And my idea was to show how it looks like for something more extraordinary. As an example, here it's going to be a test about smart contracts. Obviously, it's going to be 18 plus and advanced. And you can select what type of test you want to select, the amount of questions, and the time per question that the model generates. It takes some time. Currently, if I remember correctly, around 2-3 minutes per test, but that's to the nature of the on-demand model. Once you have the test, you can verify the parameters and the general information for the dashboard. And of course, you can manually edit those questions later as well. Yeah, I was scrolling a bit too far. Once everything is correct, you can log the test, so you can print it and obviously later evaluate the results. This is how the PDF looks like. Yeah, this is the result upload. And once you upload all the results, our model runs on each of those files and creates the results based on the student that is written on the test. And this is how it looks like. On each of those students, you can check their detail. This is purely for debug to see how it looks like on the model. And you can see what they've chosen as the correct answer and what is chosen as incorrect answer. So, oh yeah, coming back to the generated test. Since it's not really readable, I'm not sure if it's worth it, I guess, looking into it. But I personally was extremely impressed with what it can generate. And I really encourage you to try it out for yourself to see how it looks like. So, yeah, this was the demo. And if you could go back into the presentation to the last slide. Well, the next one. Yeah, awesome. Here you can see the QR codes for the website if you're curious to try it out. And both of our repositories, the backend and frontend, are open source. So if you're curious about the code, you can also check it out. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for listening. And
yeah. Just if I can say a few words towards the organization, thank you very much, Emre and Simon, for organizing this hackathon. Thank you for hospitality, for hotel and food. It helps us really to concentrate and focus on the project development. And oh my, that looks so cool. I want to say thank you to all the competitors for this competition spirit, and all of your projects are great, and it was so nice to meet you all. And as the last one, I want to thank my team. Suddenly our two guys must go back to Prague, but thank you guys for a great performance. And if there will be a hackathon next year, definitely we will come here for a competition, and looking forward to bring more wins to home.
So luckily you're not flying today or tomorrow. we knew that you're driving with the train, I think. So, but still, it will be a nice picture on the train station.
Yeah. We would like a shot of you trying to get this into the train afterwards. Oh, so yeah.
Yeah, it will be quite tough, but we'll make it.
All right. Yeah.
Photos?
Thank you so much.
Maybe just the two? Just the team?
Sure. Yeah.
Over the head.
Have fun now.
Okay, awesome. I think, as Zarif just said, it was an incredible competition. It was so hard for you guys to evaluate and decide who wins or who only becomes fourth or gets no place. So there were incredible projects. We hope that also the projects that didn't make it, they will continue to drive forward and try to start and participate in other hackathons. From my experience, I haven't participated in a hackathon where there were so many good projects normally, and I think that was in the beginning also us. We had the fear that we only have like 1 or 2 good projects and we have to give away the third place to someone where we are not sure if it's really, like if they really build on Theta. And here we expanded the prize, and I think basically everybody should have deserved the prize, because the dedication, all the projects that started and finished after 5 days, they didn't give up. We were here 12 hours a day. Most of the people were here during the day, and then also working at night at home or in the hotel. So yeah, give it up one more time for all the hackathon projects. Thank you for coming, and thank you for participating.
Of course, all this wouldn't happen if we wouldn't have sponsors in the background. As you might see, we have a huge space here. We put a lot of effort into it. So thank you very much also for Lavita. Ali's already is not here anymore, but still a big shout out to him. He already supported us last year in Prague when we did the ThetaEuroCon, this year again. Thank you, Theta Next, for being a sponsor, and also Theta Labs. So many thanks.
Okay, I think, yeah, the conference, thank you all for coming. And I hope you don't leave yet, because
you shouldn't.
Now the party starts and the fun starts and networking. So if you haven't seen it yet, on the rooftop there's an artist currently doing a graffiti. Yeah, check that out over the next hours. We obviously will have dinner at 6 o'clock, Korean barbecue. We will have drinks. We will have an after party. We invited a lot of other AI and blockchain Web3 interested people from Berlin to join us here, so we can really expand the community and the networking beyond just the Theta ecosystem, but into the whole startup AI and Web3 ecosystem of Berlin and Germany.
Absolutely. One addition to the graffiti artist at the rooftop. So what we are planning to do is, once he's finished, we will definitely use the picture as a background for pictures and so on. But what we also do is we will slice it in many pieces, so everyone here in the community can get one piece of it as a memory. So. And we don't make any NFTs out of it. So it's a physical one, okay?
It's also limited, so
it is limited.
It's limited and unique.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So stay here. We will jump now into the happy hour. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Have fun, guys. Yeah, thank you all.